Okay, and we are live. Just quickly sort out getting links and stuff. Let's put this into the playlist as well. Super Fun 2014. Title. That's a playlist, but there we go. Alright. Sure. There we go. Copy link. Alrighty. Do I have anybody else to show to? I think for here works. And I'll want live chat. Same with on here, live chat. Okay, nicely done. And then stream open here just so I can see messages there as well, because for some reason my phone picks them up a hell of a lot quicker than my stream notes does. I have no idea why. Okay, alright, we are now live. So, my body's just cooked. Oh, that felt good though. Alrighty, so we are going to start off the Shadowbringers DLC, or expansion, I should say. Good news, Dante. We've had a struggle luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the parties. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you could travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Really? A boat? It's not that far away. The Crystal Tower is not that far away. We don't need a boat. You know, I'm gonna turn the fan off. I'm already starting to feel a bit too cold from it. I'll turn it back on when I start feeling warm. Alright, now to show off all the Kamui mounts. So we have Blissful. This one was from Emanation, which was Lakshmi. We have the Reveling, which was Susano. All of the precious doggos. Legendary Kamui, which was from Shinryu. An auspicious Kamui from Byakuya. I love my wolfies. This one I believe is Luna. Yep. The Luna Kamui from Tsukuyomi. The Euphonious from Suzaku. The Hallowed Kamui from Sieryu. What do I fight? And then finally, forgetting all the Kamuis, the Kamui of the Nine Tails. But yes, I got the Kamuis due to. So I got a couple of them due to a couple members of the Hot FC back when I was in there. As you can see, I'm not, which I'll explain in a bit. And then the rest were due to a friend of mine called Ren and another friend called Chibi, who helps me out as much as they could to get me the other mounts. So all I can say to them is thank you very much. I appreciate all the help you've given me. And it was a lot of fun. It was painful, but it was a lot of fun. I was mentally exhausted after trying to get Tsukuyomi's last week. As well as Sierryu's. No, Sierryu's was this week. So Tsukuyomi's and... I think Tsukuyomi's was the only painful one to get a hold of. But yeah, as for the reason why I'm not in the Hot FC anymore, specifically the Hotter Than Ifrit, it's simply because it was just starting to die down. Everybody was just not as many people were getting interested, and they just weren't even all that active anymore after a while. They'd literally just come on for raids, which was like once every 2 days for a few hours and then bugger off. And it's just like, yeah, it wasn't worth it. This FC is new. I'm gonna give them time to decorate the FC house before I decide to show it off. I might show it off at the industry though.
Look how many people there are.
Okay, Tataru is that loud that she came through the mic though. Turn down a little bit.
Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Oh well, we're gonna be here for a fucking...
Maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
Let's hope so.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Yeah, this was kind of fun.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
The Warriors of Darkness from earlier.
Your time has not yet come.
Oh, the warrior darkness made at home. Good for him.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Joke about an imagine.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night? Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply. Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it.
Because we do.
Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
No, I'm good. I don't drink all that often. Boy of light, gotta stay sober.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you'd best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
I love this because it's kind of like a little reference to the very beginning of the game when you start off a Realm Reborn, and I quite like it. Well, not reference, but more like a little callback to a Realm Reborn.
To dizzying heights it rises. The gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Shadowbringers. Head to the Crystarium. But quite honestly, I found this place to be absolutely beautiful. Oh, really? You're not gonna let me go any further just yet then.
Halt! Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
Oda.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists. Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass. That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Everything all right, Captain?
Hello there, you.
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
No, that's alright. You're just doing your job. Gotta make sure no trouble gets in.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Hello, you. It's been a while. I'd say since the Crystal Tower. That's so cool. What a good 3 expansions and a bit ago.
Right then. Before we plunge into the
Well,
wheres and
technically
wherefores, let
2
me first thank
expansions
you
and a
for
bit ago.
answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
No, now that I'm thinking about it. No, yeah. No, yeah, I was right. 2 expansions and a bit ago.
Ah, that is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you.
You better.
Let us begin with the glaring skies up above.
Yeah, what the hell is with that?
Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost.
9/10?
And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol. A monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Krista. Speed research, I've gone to a different dimension and I've been one of the other 13 shards. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm not gonna need that. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation will be more meaningful with you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. We also have that AI to attune to. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you have done so, walk up the stairs next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the Crystalline Mead. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as our spokeswoman, Cutlass, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him in his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned stairs. Take the exit on the left and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Raji, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city, and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Oh, very good. I concede. The layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than fun, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discover during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. Yeah, I bet. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. When you've finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then. Right. So this is gonna be a lot of fun, because I do quite like the layout of shadowbringers. It can be quite big, I will admit, but it's good all the same. Go ahead and achieve this stupid thing. Right, and now we can come back to here wherever we so wish. So we got Lakeland there, the Crystarium, Armorang, and that's pretty much. Oh wait, no, Yulmore, Colusia, unknown place there. The Raktika, Greatwood, Ilmeg. That's about it. Yeah. This is basically all of Northland. As you said, Jesus Christ, yeah, 9/10. This entire place is just being closed off. I feel kind of bad for them. Clan Noxie. Nuts to you. Nice. Clan Noxie. Jesus. Weird clan name, but you know what, it is what it is. Say like it, that's all that matters, right? Get all the Ethernet shards around them. Yeah, I want to make sure I get them all. Make traveling around the city a little bit easier for us. Because the layout of this place can get a bit much at times. Excuse me, sir. You've recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles. See, well... What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll even? A scrapple scribbled on parchment? My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Molly, at your service. This humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. Humble? Fucking hell, man! If you class this as humble, Jesus! As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I have responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Oh, so you've an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives, I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment and I'll fetch it for you. Are you serious? And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson then. 100 years ago, or near enough, not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. Oh, I love the fact that here the villains are known as the Warriors of Light. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called this calamity the flood of life. The flood of light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light, she stood twixt us and approaching doom. By her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrent, and Norvrent alone spared the fate of Erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from northern skies. Even now they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungry for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. So we know a little bit more about the world. I'll come back and see you, Moran. I'm sure you've probably got some interesting stuff to talk about. Let's see, actually. Oh, we just got modern history. I'm sure we could probably find books later on in the future for you to discuss with us. If not, I'll be quite surprised. You know, you just give that option where it's like, oh yes, we can discuss everything if you'd like. And then we get fucking nothing. And that'd be a little bit crappy. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do. God, I'm level 87 and I'm in friggin' shadowbringers. With my monk, well, my monk is level 87. No, I don't need to go to the mender actually because I remember. I've already been there. Well, not to that one, but I've been to another one. Rare to see a place so stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The exile can throw up a barrier if the sin eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized too, thanks to us in the mean. We work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is a place to visit if you need a coat mended or kettle forged. Don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those cool modern layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor, you don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him. Any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence. Pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city's stood here for decades now, yet the oldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he, and you, wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, and the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you've ought to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catalyst, and I'll find you a niche here in the crystalline. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. So the Crystal Exile is to help out with all this, huh? I admit I'm quite impressed. And good on him. Bragi. So this is the marketplace. We'll do a little bit of shopping for gear in a bit. News of the city, friend. The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome. My name is Bragi, and I'm the master of these markets. To give the districts another official title, I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for drones such as yourself, so finding something in your side shouldn't be a problem. Sorry, did you say drone? Aye, something wrong? Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a whom. The taller one is an elf. The sturdy one over there is a guardian, whilst the one with the horns is a draw, like you. And then you have the large scaly chaps with the long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zune. That's different than from where I'm from. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they've floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Cheers, Braggy. Appreciate it, my dude. Right, so we've got the market boards here. And then we have all the shops here. So we got tool suppliers, nice. Culinary, as usual. Apothecary. Oh, I actually want to be heading in the other direction for the other shops. I just went for the stairs that I could see closest to me and Braggy. So we got the jeweler, the armorer, and the arms merchant. Right, my dear, I'm level 80, what you got for me? High Durium Knuckles, at an item level of 515. Jesus, okay. And then we want our jeweler. Battlecraft accessories, my dear. So we want the amateur stuff. The other ones are level 80. We want to make sure that that's a Slayer. There we go. And then the last three shops over here. Material supplier. And just a random merchant. With Gissel Greens, grade 8 dark matter, grade 7 dark matter, and fruit bars for fishing. Go on, bugger off. No reason for you to be buzzing. Yeah, that's the Musica Universalis. You got Dependence, which is, I believe, yep, our personal suite, as well as the card. The Catenaries, the Gangway, the Wandering Stars, the airship launch. Tessellation. So this part's the Trivium, which has our Cabinet of Curiosity. We got the Amaro launch, Crystalline Mean. That reminds me, let's get this thing right here. What did I miss? I did miss one now. Damn it. I'm gonna have to go back. this one I need to head upstairs. There we are. At least I believe that's the case. Unless it's in here. Oh, alright. Up we go. Up again. And again. Jesus, how many stairs did you guys make for this thing? There we go. Jeez. Don't think I ended up grabbing the Ethernet shard here, did I? No, I didn't. How very foolish of me. Right. Now I just need to grab these two down at the bottom. Dependence and Musica Universalis markets. So I'll just head back to the crisp area. And grab those two. There we go. We can now have the Lakeland Infinite destination. Yes, it seems you retreated to a most thorough introduction. I understand there was something of a chore, but it was necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self same one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. But although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheel of fate in motion. The fact that you even managed to do that is insane. Don't need that. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explained what has befallen your comrades. That is the conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters. However, I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things. But I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. I'm not familiar with that name. Is that something I should know? An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my case. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it best that we focus on the present. Greetings, the exiles awaits for you within.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the first. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the first, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted.
So they very well could have been here for years.
That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence. And thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelt here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year.
Jesus.
My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return. We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. that chaotic no man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future, that which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
For the moment, yeah.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I've been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendant, which as it turns out is perfect. A path there will take us past the markets. Now it's over to give you my own introduction to the wares. Come on.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. Aught you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here.
Kind of already have.
Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough. Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower.
So, just want to sort that up.
Some of which may be familiar to you.
No. Come on.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. A Van Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails? Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand.
God, I can't tell if you're Scouse or a Scot.
Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
Yep, please do. Do. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of it as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to the lodgings. Pray, rest, and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Dante. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. A pleasure to meet you, sir, and welcome to your new home at the Pendant. Your room is ready if you'd care to retire. Yeah. Let's let our character sleep for once. Ooh, a nice pile of apples. Happily have that. Oh no, that's a beautiful view.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
You are a warrior of darkness.
What? Did you just... You can hear me?
Yep.
Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source, and tried to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
No idea, I just got here.
100 years. 100 long years.
You can't even drink.
My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift.
And yet we can hear you, as well as see you.
I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me, What are you even doing here, come to that?
In the Crystal Exarch.
You were summoned to save the First. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this god's-forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
A little bit, yeah.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the Flood of Light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armoreng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
Seems about right for her.
So, will it be Calicia or Armoraine? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you've made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount.
The mount's fine, I've got plenty of others.
Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin Eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Which to go with first? Alfina or Alize? No, we'll go to Alfina. Is it up on the wall? Is that the issue? Sights of the first. Nuts to you. So yeah, we want to go up for the sights of the first, and we want to go all the way down to here for next two. Want to always make sure to do the blue quests. Oh, extremely useful. Very useful. You almost have to just be sightseeing, right? Yep, sightseeing log. Could he have been any more vague? 55,000 just would have. That's insane. Too nuts, too nutty. The two nut bills. Jesus. Oh Lord help me. The two nut bills. And the three nut bills. And the last of the lot. The elite nuts. Oh, it's a Moogle. Hello. Why Schmize, he's a killer. I want to see him kill. I want to see him die. What the fuck, Nazi? My blood fucking Nazi. My blood, Cooper. Holy fuck! Jesus Christ! Okay, Zyle. Jeez. Fuck. God, it's a shame you're not a fucking character I could talk to more often. You just here for that. Oh, there's a quest somewhere. It's leaves of the Crystallia. Yeah, look it up. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Exarch, no boss. Yes, I could provide you with an armor for passage to Collusia. I'll pick you out a friendly bone. That's right, sounds like my great friend over there, our common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from Fergus, or accustomed to chocobos, perchance. I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding armor, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Emerald Lounge. The junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. Thank you.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Collusia. We have arrived. This is Crackshell Beach, on the eastern coast of Collusia. We should be safe here for the present. Sorry about that. Compared to the mainland, Sinida's attacks are far less prevalent. The native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people we should be wary of. Spy you that city in the distance? That is Ulmar, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale, and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Ulmaran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Ulmar is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the sea. I am glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen close. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium is there. A man who goes by the name of Abor. Abor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Collusia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him this bit of time. Also let him know you can be trusted. Yeah, this should be enough. Find your friend and I'll stay here with the MRO until you are ready to return. Ah, thank you. Well, let's see, we got level 70 hobgoblins. I feel like killing them. This is gonna be fun. Yeah, Shadow of the Destroyer, freaking amazing, I love it. What you after? Fish, crab? Think I've got an eel in the barrel somewhere. If you have a taste for them. Oh, I do love a bit of time. Chuck some in the pan and it's like a bloody festival of flame. Now what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alpha now, eh? I know the one. A young champion of the downtrodden. Almost richer than all of Nova put together, but it's a different story for them. They live outside the city. Or spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's a fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern. The locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there, and I'll see that Alpha now joins you. This your first time in a tavern? Discuss where to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What will you be having? And I know if possible, a fine choice, and what you'll be paying with. Well, no, that's exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear, I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbours, so we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Ah, here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find. Then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me. You can let about here as long as you like. Oh, hell yeah. Fucking defo. Definitely doing that. There we go. Don't make me break the door down, 'cause I will. Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Ulmo. You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was, thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house. Hey. Free drink.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Hey, for now.
'Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well. Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin-Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered.
Good on you.
That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
No, I could get any bloody rest with you guys anyway. Excuse me. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Ulm, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west, and then cross a small bridge. Weren't you meant to look over the friggin' place? What an idiot. Yeah, I did a tune to here. Illusion Igua. Thanks. Kalusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. Uh-oh. Someone's in trouble. Oh, hello, Senorita. Hey, ugly. Maybe pick on that. Forgiving House. My poor heart. Thank you, young soul. There you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you alright, madam? Just a few bruises from when I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside to Ulm more than the rest of it. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again, you saved my life. Now I'm sure a strapping young lad like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. Tis as the lady says, many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Ulm's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few within the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? brief history then. It was not long after the flood swallowed the better part of the world that the Sin Eaters first appeared. Some beastly, some beauteous. Yet regardless of their form, all seem incapable of speech, and all are driven by the same insatiable appetite for mortal evil. They are predators, and we are their prey. Kaluja suffers from far fewer attacks than most regions, but even so, the list of the Sin Eaters' victims grows longer by the day. A tragedy without end. Still, we've won a small victory this time, at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. Gate Town.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
He's not here to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please! Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy. Even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
You guys are not many of the people here are calling out.
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Eulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor. Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident!
It's kind enough to give him food.
For you!
Ah, hello!
Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
So it's not like they go home.
Meal is a foodstuff which Eulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Ulmore's current ruler came into power. But from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the sinews, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I've tried to propose ways they could improve their law, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now. I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gatetown and judge the situation for yourself. I mean, at least they get food. Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Ulmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gatetown's not much to look at, aye, but at least it's safe, and the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. I don't know whether that's a good thing. It looked like just a simple loaf of bread. Large pop bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks. Meal. UV eyes float. And the other eye flame path. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that awaits for me inside those walls. Or will they ever pick me? Honestly, go to the Crystarium, it's safer. Much safer. Actually, I guess with this being an island, I'd have to try and get a boat or something to get across. Guess that wouldn't really be ideal. You see what Gate Town has to offer? These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of meal. I believe Ulma is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life. Disapprove? It frustrates me, Saddam. That is only part of it, though. The whole situation makes me uneasy. Not that it matters. However unjust this system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. Take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Umar's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I am not convinced that Umar's generosity truly serves the best interests of Kalugia's people. I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous situation to all of this. Yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, till I have taken those long-delayed steps through Ulmar's gates. It's fortunate that you arrived when you did, Dante. I've been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city. And if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. What are you wanting to do? There's a beast tribe who makes its home in the seas surrounding the island. The Ondo, they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with landlords. But as Tataru took such great pains to impress me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular. When I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Omoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. Indeed you have. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Excellent. I shall be glad of your company. First things first, then. We must pay a visit to Mosha Moa, my supplier in right. Come, It is just not to the northwest of you. We've had someone eavesdropping on us. Dun, dun, dun. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Mashamoa. This is my associate Dante. We're here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? Hello, did you get Lucky up with the goods not long ago? Why, Lucky? I know of no such person. Mr. Lad, sharp blue hair? No? He said he'd come on your behalf. And since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Confound it, someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of the town, and I shall take the west. And this is why you need to be careful where you discuss these details. Coordinates. I might be able to get that. No, no. Can we shoot him in the neck with a blow dart? It's like tranquilize him.
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, Forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shear, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
Take it easy, Elf now. Let us know who you are, you know.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfino, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to Wright then? Is that... I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on, they may...
Can we jump in the bottle and just go there? Man, everybody's like showing where the target's not on. Oh, really? You're not gonna let me swim? Wait, did I tune to the 8th crystal here? Yep. Hold on, get in the aether current. First aether current of shadow. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you. Poor man is shivering. If I keep an eye on him, well, I'll get a fight. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? Well, set off for the tower behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristan. I was invited into Ulmar to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turned me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless. A grave sin in Lord Vorthre's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the goddamned ocean. From up there? How were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. If you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condoned such barbaric punishment? Without a second thought. When Lord Vorthry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Ulmar, his word is law. The more I hear about Ulmar, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I should bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Tristo into the shelter of the village. I will notify her. He needs to be out of this chilly coastal. A way into the city? The right side, like feeling like a powerful markers nearby makes me feel like it's needed. It'll most likely be a level 18 or something. Sometimes things like that are otherwise known as the world boss. I've only come across one during my time playing this entire game. And that's spread out between my 3 playthroughs. Well, if they are indeed the same, I'll probably come across more, but if they're completely different, pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Ulmar, insofar as I am able at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach. But since it's plain you've set your mind on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Ulmaran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. And if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now on until my dying day. Tristo, just head to the quest area. Oh, those blue quests. Even worried about my husband taking the road down to his shipyard, and he's as strong as a Thomas. He has been gone for a good while though. If you're headed that way, could you please let him know his wife is expecting him at home? Again, is it an area I can't get to just yet, I believe. Well, beat me with a hammer. Has it been that long? I was aiming to salvage the planks from this old hull, but she's giving me more trouble than I bargained for. Bit of a waste to leave all this lumber lying around. Not much call for seaworthy ships since the light ate up half the world, you understand? So I reckon they were better for a woodworker like me to put it to good use. These boards though, they're so tightly joined I can't pull the bloody things loose. Hey, do me a favor, I'll sprinkle some of this powder on the joints along the keel. I'll keep working on this end, and within luck I can make it home before the wife stumps down here to fetch me herself. I should do the trick. Powdered fire crystals is the best thing for melting wood glue. Just pour on a little water and the steam will take care of the rest. This ought to be a one-man job now, thanks to you. And if you could let Thea know I'll be done within the hour. You've helped me out of 2 of our spots today. Jeez, a lot of people are asking why I'm half choosing stuff. As soon as they saw that mark. He's alright then. Well, that's a relief. Wright had his share of troubles, and my wife does well. What? He had you helping strip planks? The cheek of that man. Still, we're lucky his father taught him the trade at all. Even if he uses those skills to take ships apart instead of building. Woodworker puts food on the table, so I'm grateful to his family for keeping up their traditions. And I'm grateful to you for bringing me peace of mind. Please, take this for your kindness. Excuse me, but you're the gentleman Alfred I was traveling with, aren't you? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your name. Ah, Dante, how lovely to meet you. My name is Ulysses, and I'm the acting village mayor. I was hoping someone of your towns would pass through right before long. The thing is, I need to visit someone up at Stonegate, but I'm afraid to walk the path alone. Do you think you could provide an escort? My thanks. I just couldn't bring myself to ask one of the villagers. You see, there was an incident a while back where a veteran band of hunters was badly mauled. Simply mentioning that it's unsafe to wander outside the village these days would be enough to bring back memories of that grisly scene, which is why it's been so difficult to even bring up the subject. But such does not change the fact that the roads are indeed dangerous. Pray, meet me on the path to the north and be prepared to fend off the wildlife. Shut the destroyer. Folks with this dodo. Get out of here. Go on, you. What did I tell you? I was about 10 steps out of the village. Come, let us hurry along before more predators have a chance to... Come on. Thank you for the escort, Dante. This is the gentleman I wish to speak with, so we needn't go any further. Say, Luke? Are you wandering around by yourself out here? You know what kind of creatures lurk beyond the borders of the village. Oh, well, if it isn't Clifton's little girl. Something I can do for your loss. Yes, sir. I came for an answer to my proposal from the other day. Have you given any thought to taking over as village mayor? I'm doing the best I can in the interim, but I have neither the age nor the wisdom to continue in the role. And the rest of the villagers agree with me. I'm fairly sure I told you nay once already. As soon as you found a guard just so you could come and talk to me, then mayhap I will consider the idea, in exchange for a few small tasks. You will? Please, just tell me what I need to do. My friend, Clifton, your dear father, was looking for a sickle to cut some rope. Would you mind skipping back to the village and borrowing one for me? Why would you... I mean, a sickle, was it? For cutting rope? That shouldn't be too difficult. I'd only meant to ask you along for the one trip, but if I'm to complete these tasks, would you be willing to indulge me a little while longer? I don't even want to know what you want to do with it. day to you, young Euless. You look a little flustered, dear. Was there something I could help you with? And a good day to you, madam. I was actually hoping to borrow a sickle. Is that all? Here, you can take this one. I have several spares, so there's no rush in return. Doing a spot of harvesting, are you? My thanks, but it's not for me, exactly. I was asked to bring one for my father. Your father? Shadows save me. Forgive me, if you are to accompany me in these tasks, then you deserve to know the full story. It was my father, Clifton, who was the former mayor of Light, and the incident I spoke of earlier was something that happened a year ago. One day a stray sin eater came prowling around and slaughtered nearly half the village. It was a waking nightmare. Some of the villagers blamed my father. They said it was because he refused to accept the protection of Woolmore. The sheer scale of the tragedy and the accusations that followed wore away at his conscience. Until finally he could bear the guilt no longer. He hanged himself. Sir Luke, the old man we spoke to, was his closest friend, considering how he worded his request. It seems he's reluctant to accept the fact of my father's death. Still, I will see this task to his end. Let us bring him his sickle, shall we? I don't think he's reluctant. I think he's planning on following your father. Which, if so, not good. So, yeah. St. Luke, sir, we've brought the sickle you asked for. Oh, good. Old Clifton will be glad to see this. Oh, sir. Thank you for staying with me, Dante. This might be harder than I expected. Silent, sir, I believe you had more tasks for me? Still here, are you? Yes, tasks. There's a talos of mine that's taken far too long to make its return. Probably busy tussling with some dim-witted predator. Want to see how it fares and chase off anything slowing it down. But order. Ah, you mean that talos? Pray, follow my lead. Oof, I need to turn the fan on. It is warm as hell. We'll find the talos in question to the southwest of you, and I've no doubt there'll be dim-witted predators aplenty for you to deal with. Thing? Jesus Christ. So the last one I'll be getting is Phantom Rush. Phew, glad you were here. I must have burrowed in beneath the plates. I know Luke implied the towels were still moving, but as you can see, once upon a time there'd be a line of these contraptions hauling materials down to the shipyard, step by ponderous step, which incidentally is how the slow road supposedly earned its name. But after the Daedalus Stoneworks closed down some 15 summers ago, there was no one left to make or maintain their creations. One by one, the tunnels slowly fell into disrepair. This particular worker was damaged during that stray eater rampage, and it hasn't shifted an ilm ever since. It was always Luke's favourite. Come, let us make our report. Why are we helping this guy with his delusions? Like, seriously? It's very clear he's extremely deluded. So why are we helping him encourage him? Sorry, Luke, sir. Dante has cleared away the pests who were bothering your tunnels. Should be left alone for the time being. Excellent news, but I expect he'll need a good polishing when he returns. The most troublesome ones are often the most endearing, eh? Oh, sir. You've done me a fine service, thank you. Indeed, thank you, Dante. I never could have fought such creatures myself if I might impose upon you for the next task as well. Thank you again for saying. I also could not do this without you. Why? Because you've seen him being a deluded idiot? Luke, sir? Were there any more tasks you had for us? Just one last thing. I'm hoping you to gather some pretty flowers from the split hole as a gift for my darling wife. She went out for her usual walk, but has not yet deigned to come home. I fear I may have said something to sour her mood. I understand. We shall gather a lovely bouquet for her then. Well, Dante, will you accompany me to the cave for some flower picking? So clearly Luke is extremely delusional and has his mind buried in the past. Like, it's not even due to anything about health, it's just he doesn't want to bring himself to accept the fact that his friend and his lover have gone. And it's been like, what, about a year or so now? Something like that. So it's only natural, but still. I'm gonna stop you from rotating, but you keep getting into the way of my mic and blowing into it every now and then. I don't want that. Ah, my values. This is almost pleasant, isn't it? Aside from the aggressive wildlife, of course. I should tell you about Luke's wife. She was killed in the Eater incident, although I imagine you already suspected as much. Yeah. They made such a sweet couple. Every day they would walk up to this cave hand in hand, and she would gaze out of the flowers with this warm, contented smile. Luke himself has some training as a warrior. He would guard her as if she was a princess, and he her gallant knight. sorry, it's just... Luke fit to serve as mayor? There are none who care for rights and his people more than he. The villagers and I are certain that Luke will rise to the occasion. He just needs a little more time. It has been but a year and we are still suffering. Some seek to bury the misery beneath cheery faces and others are yet trapped in the memories of the past. Luke, I fear, is one of the latter. But if a bouquet of flowers is what it takes to help him work through his sadness, I would pick every bloom from this cake. Can you give me a hand to find some of the prettier flowers? Hey, think of it as a tribute to the deceased. Let's see what we have. Yes, these are beautiful. Thank you. Salute will be pleased. Let's take them back to the stone gazer before they get crushed in some scuffle. Also to the people that are watching, welcome. Hope you're having a good time. Hey, Reese, you show yourself. You've missed quite a bit. Just doing a few side missions at the moment. We made it, and the flowers are none the worse for wear. Luke, Dante and I have returned with the bouquet for your wife. Ah, splendid, thank you. Now, perhaps she will come back. Sir? You must forgive me. I have asked such cruel things of you. I must apologize to you as well, Dante. My beloved wife, my dear neighbors, so many gone. After it happened, despair became my only one. I could not even save my closest friend when his torment was plain for all to see. I could never forgive myself. So I embraced this delusion, thinking that maybe if I tried hard enough, if I truly believed they were still alive, that the events of that day would fade away like the nightmare it was. But I succeeded only in hurting more than I understand why you did what you did, sir. Truly I do. You always were such a sweet child. Now place the flowers you brought on her grave. she would have loved them. As for me assuming the role of mother, I'm sorry, but I cannot give you a decision just yet. Take as long as you need. In fact, I might need a little time to recover myself. Dante, if you could give me a moment or two. Turn the fan off again. It's cooled down a bit. Thank you for your patience, Dante. Sir Luke still appears to be wrestling with his thoughts, but perhaps we can help him come to a decision. Sir, I don't mean to press you, but might you have arrived at an answer for my proposal? Not exactly, no. There is another matter I have yet to reconcile. Would you mind sharing this matter with us? Well, it goes back to the day that the Eater attacked the village. I was taking my turn as lookout here at Stonegate. It's a duty we take very seriously. They say when the tower was originally built in the times before the flood, they were worried about dwarves and mountain bandits, but these days, yes, there's far worse prowling around. I failed to spot it. The Sin Eater which came that day did not appear as the other atrocities I have seen. From a distance it simply looked like a person. I wanted to be sure before I ran the one, but I waited too long. Many who could have fled died because of my hesitation. How could a man of such faulty judgment ever serve you as a man? What comfort can I offer those who loved ones were needlessly slain? None. Or was the abomination itself yet roams free to kill them? You would take vengeance on our behalf? That is good, for we were powerless before his might. Should the Eater show his cursed face again, then I pray you are as strong as you appear. I know nothing of the roads you have walked or the battles you have fought, so I can but echo what Sir Lucas said. Our prayers will be for your victory. Well, sir, you've heard Dante's words. Talk of vengeance aside, I do not believe the villagers, either living or dead, hold you responsible for the actions of that monster. And yet, I cannot fault you for wanting to remain distant. Pray, forgive me for pestering you so. Nay, 'tis I who should beg forgiveness. Though you've lost as much as anyone, I left you to shoulder the burden of leadership alone. All will be well with you back among us again. Come, let us return to the village. As I've said, it's unsafe to linger out here for long. Dante, one last escort back to right, if you would. Say escort, and then you book it up. It is my hope now that Sir Luke has unburdened his mind to us. His heart will be the tiniest bit lighter. I for one feel ready to face another day. After all, I have my friends and neighbours here to help me face it. There was one last thing I wanted to show both you and Sir Luke. It has to do with Rice's traditional industry. If you were interested in taking a walk. Good. I was worried you'd had enough of me. My last errand for you then will have to be a word with Sir Luke and bring him to the barley fields at the front of the village. I'll be there tending to the crops until you arrive. Dante, I am grateful for your understanding, and the flowers you brought. My wife would have very much approved of their selection. Now, was there something you wish to discuss? And Euless wants me there as well, does she? We had best head over to the fields then. Man, look at all that friggin' barley. This is what I wanted to show you. This barley crop right here. This was your father's plot, wasn't it? And you've been tending to it in his absence? Every single day. I wanted to see his plans come true. His plans? Yes, he dreamed of restoring things to how the history books said they once were, before the flood ruined everything. Our village has long been known as a place of artisans. Even the name Wright is a nod to all the craftsmen that once made their home here. In years gone by, it set a line of tunnels which stretched down the road, arms bearing lumber. The shipyard would echo with the call of shipwrights, hard at work. And when the day was done, they would gather here to share an ale in the village. My father, he'd hoped to brew that traditional white ale with the barley from this crop. To one day tap a barrel with his family and dear friends, and raise a toast to the future. Say, Luke, Dante, will you raise a mug with me when that day comes? Of course I will. Ah, but my dear girl, the land here does not nourish the crops as it once did. I fear it will be some time, yeah, you'll have barley fit for the ale you have in mind. In the meantime, will you help me with the rest of Cliff Hall's plans? The rest? He wanted things the way they once were, did he not? We must first recover from the tragedy which was visited upon us. There is no simple solution, but I mean to do what I can to lead our community out of this mire of pain and grief. Assuming you are still willing to have me as man. Yes, of course, sir. Thank you. I was set to live out the rest of my life in denial. You and Euless have opened the eyes of this old fool to what needs to be done. For that you have my thanks. Now, I had best get to work. I have folk to talk to and plans to make. When you finish here, Euless, I should appreciate your assistance. Well, Dante, I think this is where we finally part ways. Thank you again for all you have done for us. The people of Wright will go on, even under the weight of our sorrow. It might not happen this day or the next, but together we'll find ways to make things better, to recapture the prosperity this village once had. I look forward to when you visit next. With any luck, I'll be waiting to put a frothing mug of Wright brewed ale in your hand. We'll see. Oh yeah! Instead of elegant pieces, it's Night World here. They refer to it as Night World. Currency minted long before the flood. Whatever design its face may have once borne is now entirely lost to time. We're getting quite a bit of them. Right, no more blue quests around here, so let's just get going. On with the main quest again. Say hello to Alpha now. You've managed to find him. I am hoping you're still there, by the way, Reese. often outweighs the brush you receive from just so deep in thought. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristar has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skills with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then it is settled. All we need to do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. Reese, are you still there? Oh, time to see the jesters once more. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed the peddler who made pearls for a plum. Who made pearls from a plum, and now we've a place for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow, it's time to let your colors show. I can paint, portraits at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that I have seen no small amount of service. Flecks of paint both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on? Well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant, he whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with him or not at all. Parasite, then, we shall leave his fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to almost sweet embrace. Oh, mercy me, the meal. We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back. I just sure love to rhyme.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days. Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No, not even a single tear. Move it right along. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folk off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gay Town, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means take your time. But why waste another moment? Go, enjoy the beginnings of your new life in paradise! The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being. Now, sadly, I don't think I can actually attune myself to the Aether right best here. I can definitely do the Aether next into these small ones, but I don't think I can do the Aether rights. At least not yet. Excuse me, pardon me, coming to it. Just want to get all the Aethernet shards just down here before going to the so-called City of Paradise. Jesus. Derelicts is right, they've even got a friggin' derelict ship. Jeez. Welcome to Ulma, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I am Alpha, an artist, and this is Dante, my assistant. Ah, yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview. Begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Ulmar are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Vorfi, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see. Might you tell us something of the patron we have to serve? The two patrons, actually. Chai Nuz and Dulia Chai, a Mistel couple who most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment please while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order, these are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Ulmaran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. One second, I just want to quickly do something for the FC with Kaga. Oh. Ulti, huh? Need it. What have we here? Alphino, artist. Dante, artist's assistant, to be employed in the service of Lord Chai Nuz and Lady Dulii Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best we deliver you to the Chai residence before. Hmm? Oh dear. Smell hideous. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the Delasserie next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you want to splash yourselves with this perfume liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Cornan, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. I didn't realize we were so aromatic. The delouser is just a shower. You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. There we go. Much better. You apply the perfume as directed and the delicate scent of roses fill you. Oh, you showered and dressed already, have you? Is it not? That is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? I'll say would have been drying her hair by now, for now. Wouldn't she just? Very well, I shall endeavour to emulate her boldness and courage, Alphino. Well, that was very. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then? You're looking to present yourself to the Triads, are you? Explain how the sea is laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters. And above that you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Ulmar spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you need to keep climbing until you run out of the stairs. And look for the Grand Dane's pal. I'll be in there, like as not. Thank you. To think we're dealing with rich folk now. Good lord.
Oh, who's this then?
God, I don't think I've ever seen a fat Makote before.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Ooh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
You can tell she's the one who wears the pants in that
yes.
relationship.
Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
God, he's scared of her. Don't think I've ever known someone to be so gutless. Now you have the opportunity to experience Ulma. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls may help. Such places are usually filled with colourful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Let me see. I just want to check something real fast. Am I able to? Nope. Special permission is required to use the safe way. In other words, we need to wait till much later. boutique, huh? I feel like that's where we're handing out tombstones for armor. He was escorting me in a shop now, and when I realized I'd got my handkerchief, and I'd been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. And I'm terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. I believe... if I remember correctly. Yep, there is. The ardent attender. What in bloody blazes are you doing, man? Wicked white, that was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge. But luckily you caught us. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough. She's my entire world. Without her, I am nothing. When I first came to Ulmar, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much to the city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Kalusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet, I must return to her immediately. Yes, you must. My attendant told me everything. I'm so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance. Oh, he didn't tell me he was free. As if you remember my own family. I could not live the wonderful life I lead without her. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Ulmar a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasant. Part of that measure requires that the fees surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy a tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course. Our courageous messenger turned rescuer. firstly, I just want to quickly do a little something. Change it to my botanist. I am Moa, founder and chairwoman of the Boutique of Splendors. Master Alphinaud has spoken quite highly of you and your unparalleled artistic abilities, quite highly indeed. Forgive me my boldness, but I should be most honored if you were to register with us as a provider of collectibles. As compensation, we can offer you a wide variety of goods that I am confident will meet your approval. Not direct compensation, to be clear. We have adopted a system rather similar to one with which you are doubtless familiar, and which I only recently learned of from Master Alphinaud. For every delivery, you will receive payment in the form of scripts. This exclusive currency is redeemable only with the Boutique of Splendors Limited. Perhaps, but you will find that the equipment and materials we have on offer more than makes up for any inconvenience. The woman who first conceived this approach was brilliant, wouldn't you agree? A true visionary who managed to bring together people from all walks of life and reshape the world with her boundless compassion and generosity. Oh, and I should mention that a negligible portion of the value of all collectibles processed will be withheld to account for overhead and other assorted operating expenses. Doubtless I need not explain the necessity of this. So let's see, Resplendent Tool Exchange. So these are all like level 500 and they're all like level 80 for stuff. Fine. Let's see, Rarefield Miracle Apple. Damn. We get quite a lot of XP for it. Jeez. Oh boy. Jeez. I could make quite a bit of money from here. Well, not money, but I could make quite a bit of XP from here. As well as some scripts. That is okay with me. Thank you very much, Moen. All this talk of relying on the bonding, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work, Julie. A tour of the city, is it? Oh, then you really must visit the beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Look, Anyway, a lady by the name of Chester Beer usually has her seat in the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Oh, it's this place. Yeah. Oh, boy. Welcome to the beehive, my little drone. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day? I can tell at a glance when folk are new to a happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering you see, always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at your ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's a simple matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Within reason, of course. Interested? Heyo, Panda. And the reason it says milk is because I've changed my FC. Because the FC I used to be in started to slowly die down and become inactive. And I didn't want to be in an inactive FC. So I've changed. Also, yeah, just so you can see everything here, Panda. This is apparently the beehive. Yeah. Kastner. Run. So yeah. This ain't a disco ball. I can see now why they decided to make Dancer a class that you can choose once this expansion came out. Three cards for you, three cards for me. You flip one of yours over and I flip two of mine. Now what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? Now see, you've got a 4 and a 3, so that's 7. I've got 8 in my first. I think I'm gonna have the higher. My cards add up to 14 and you have. I've got... Bloody hell, I've got a total of 19. Nice. You win! Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I concede defeat at this point. But what do you say to a rematch? One more win, then we'll talk about that fail. Aight, sounds fair to me. That's the spirit. Let me sort out the deck. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over and I flip 2 of mine. Again, I've got an 8. She's got 7 in total. Welcome back, Reese. Again, you've missed quite a bit. Screw it, let's go high again. Ooh, a total of 20, nice. Well, would you look at that? I think you got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. In a place like this, I hope that prize isn't a lap dance. Come, whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell our Tista what she can do for you. That's all? How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Vorthy was born with the power to command, which means no Ulmoran need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Athan over there. There's not that Mary Salt likes more than the sound of his own voice. I'll take a look at it later, Reese. Was that new to Omar, you say? Only just arrived and you're already looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm overshadowed, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I'll tell you what, oh no. You hop up on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. I hate this bit. There you go. The fact that you actually get applauded for it. I hate you for that, Hawthorne. Yes! We's having that kind of place. Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So when was it you wanted to ask me? Oh yeah, something about our first city. Oh. I could tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Omoran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us, so around 20 years ago, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see, turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Omor. No longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Pah. A toast to Lord Vorthree. How did you guys only just I mean, to be fair for these, at least you realized faster than Panda did, but still. Panda! How have you only just realized? Right, let's get the hell out of here. God, I hate that place. Ugh. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon. You needn't have hurried back. Young Alfred has yet to put brush to canvas. Give him time. He's quick at this sort of thing. One cannot rush good art untold, or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. Oh, I see you're back in your proper clothes there, Alfino. I've put together an ensemble of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me, that last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You're telling me you almost dashed right through him and ran over him. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? I don't recall this part of the artistic process. Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly. Well, I'd not... As to say, as long as you... just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. You know who'll be upset? She's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, Dal. So, shall we pick out some jewelry next? Well, Alfred's getting pampered. He was, it's just that wasn't his ensemble before. He was in very very feathery looking clothes. I thought someone just weaved together a bunch of feathers for most of his outfit. I'm digging the new threads though. Lady Chang has a very particular sense of beauty and apparently likes as to how I should dress for us painting. This obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Not wrong there, mate. Need to find the stairs down. Do you want to know some of these? The sexuality of the characters are never explained. Why is everyone so tiny compared to you? Because I'm a 7 foot half human, half dragon. Like, I'm legit a dragon folk. Or lizard folk, as some people call them. So I'm like at the max height. Because, you know, I like being a tall boy. Look, I'm like 6 feet tall, IRL, just let me be tall. What was I talking about? Never seen you around before. Are you a newly bonded citizen? If you're here to fetch something, you'll want to speak with Shy Sat in the storage room over there. Oh wow, this place, I hate it. A weeping warbler. The fuck? You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me. Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thorwick. He's a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Alright, we're going to the derelicts. Boy, am I glad I decided to, you know, connect myself to all the authorities. Alright, Panda, see you when you get back with your food. You need medicines, tonics, potions. A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No, no medicine will cure this. He thinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised. And even then, the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder? Or simply silence her chirps? Oh, your face, you didn't know. The many hopefuls who went to the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see 1 or 2 fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest, gone. A town of nightmares it is, not for the ship's rat. Oh, no, no. I am content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over, you have my verdict, and I have my meal. Good day. Should not fucking give you my meal. Ah, that poor girl. Did you get my medicine? So that's it? What if I'm to do if I can't sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said. So you've been suffering all this time. I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave. But you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street. You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I am become more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have a word with Lord Vorthy and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it a step too far? No, you would do that for me? Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. Ascension? Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Vorthy that we learn this truth. It is through Lord Vorthy's grace that the free people of Ulmor are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment until at last we are called to our final round. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Vorthy truly is a great man, isn't he? Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. In other words, she's about to die. She's legit about to get killed. We should probably go back to our phone. How about that? No, it ain't. Although they seem very content with it. So they have a thing here where they class it as the Ascension to be a part of the Celestial Paradise. The people that are free, which are mainly the nobles and the rich, mainly become these residents of the Celestial Paradise. However, they can sometimes also make it so that the people that they class as bonded, so essentially they're slaves or workers, etc., etc., are a part of it as well, as long as they are deemed worthy. But to do so means to also, you know, be killed. It is good to see you back. You were taking so long I began to worry something had happened. I've begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but may the chase appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? So, Mount Varfi boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters. I would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. Yeah, I don't like it either. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? I don't want to think about it, but I really don't. Take my own view for 1 minute and you're chattering away with our assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? What in blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alfino. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility, and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary, yours being a joyous union. It seemed to me that a realistic portrayal. Realistic? I don't want realism. I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... Oh. I say, did that come from above? Someone just screamed from up above. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please! A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our Lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. Oh God, are they all about to go and watch this? Malcontent, how dreadful. And this man is to face sentence. That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Vorfin resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. We had better not dawdle then. Looks like we're about to see a bit of a darker version of this ascension. Joining the crowd up there? Yeah. Yes, I am.
That's him. That's Vorthri.
God almighty! It's like Jabba the Hutt. Is that a white tiger I see behind him? Oh, those are Sin Eaters. Oh, they're all Sin Eaters.
By Sin Eaters? But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12.
Oh, of course it's him.
Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vorthree, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but.
Uh-oh.
Europe is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have not to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society.
God, even his neck has necks.
To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
What, by
Another
cutting his
way?
arm off?
Meaning what exactly?
Sin eaters are part of Yulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
Tis true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out, I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Over now. You make it a scene, buddy.
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
I think it's safe to say, Volthree, that we don't give a shit what you want.
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Oh, shit.
Can you walk?
I think so.
Did that little worm just insult me?
He's a bit slow-minded, isn't he? Jesus.
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
You can barely get off your fat ass. Lurking in the dark there, friend. Do what you do. Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again. It is probably best we leave this island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Ulmo. In any case, I've seen enough of this world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the sinners will find few allies in collusion. Chad then. Yeah, pretty much. I'll accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaichia, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. Fair, but not the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me. And now Lord Vortry wants us all dead. Why not come back with us, to the Crystarium? I'm certain we can find work for you there, if you are willing. No. That would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking. Learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well. But you must promise you'll be careful. The Ulmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. You take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. You know, despite getting your outside stuff. Off now. Lord and Lady Chan. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alfina. Now I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me. There was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Vortry and vouch for your character. I'm sure we could smooth over any hard feelings. Well, she actually liked the painting. I'm sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? But what could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray, press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the gowns you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return. I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go on answered. Next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Oh, she's so sweet. And he's just a fucking pushover half that time. Literally didn't say a word. Once his wife stepped in. Time to leave Ulma and go back to the crystal. So let's see. God, it's taken us 4 hours to just get things sorted with Alpha now. Jesus. Man, it should take us about to get sorted with Alisade then. I hope it doesn't though. Thank you, my friend, for staying on my side through this whole sordid endeavor. While it's not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Warfield and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. Have you thought that maybe Lord Vorthy is behind the issues here? I mean, come on, the fucker can control the Sin Eaters. And they're the blasted buggers that are rampaging around the entire place. Also, Reese, you actually might like some of the scenery in this in this expansion. It is good to be back amongst friends in such company. I can finally turn my thoughts to the future. Today we discuss all we have learned and begin planning our next step. I think it best that you visit Alice. Her familiarity with Aran will no doubt provide us invaluable insight. Besides, I know she is as eager to see you as I was. Bring a smile to her face, Dante. I'll put it this way, you'd certainly be able to use it for some of your gaming photography. For example, I can actually, let's see, now where is it? Gonna have to go to one of the higher places. Get to a point. That's facing the rocks. I want that's facing countryside. No, I said countryside. Ah, that tower over there should do. You say home. It's no good here, but I may have to go out into the lakes. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to legit actually go into the lakeside area. You can see a little bit of it there, but it's just purple. Right. Geronimo! Into the lakeland. Purple as far as the eye can see, with primordial light shining down above. Now the thing is, the path figures around here will haven't seen what the night sky actually is for like 100 years, because it's just primordial light just soaked into the sky. I know right now I'm meant to go visit the Emerald launch, but I want to quickly just like fill out the map a little bit more. So this is like the first day. And I did quite like the beginning because it was a little callback to the beginning of A Realm Reborn. So it was kind of like the beginning to the it was essentially a callback to the beginning of the quite a bit of damage there. Because you legit, like, once you woke up, you had a traveling merchant with a chocobo. And he even offered you a drink. So yeah, it was kind of nice, I'm not gonna lie. Also, yes, these things for some reason are called wolverines. This is the natural, like, that's the natural wildlife. I wonder if we'll find any sin eaters about. To actually, like, point to combat. Actually, can I swim around here? Hey, I can. Windless seed. Right. Time to actually get back to the Crystarium, and I'll finish filling out this place a bit later. Like off screen or something. Launch. If you've come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. Oh, a friend of the exile. Hoping to meet someone in Armor, are you? I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact. So we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. I do indeed.
From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang, once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Also, Reese, look at my weapons now. They're not tonfas. These are like knuckle dusters on steroids. Yep. They are called Hydurium Knuckles. Oh, that's fucking stats, man, jeez. No matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised when the temperature drops at night, though. The sky is still bright, of course, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the exact letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alice, a friend of yours, is staying. That's a fair old distance. I propose we make a stop in Maud Souk to break up the trek. And I'll me to attend to some business and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off. And I better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. What the hell? It's like a cactuar just got fat. It's a fat cactuar. Jesus. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Amareng, is it not? Before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. 1 second. Before I do that, I'm gonna get this Aether Current. Just attune and that's fine. Well, I meant to look out towards that. They built them big, didn't they? That's Casa Shah, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabatha. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say that it was once one of Northern's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabatha-Rang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days. And with everything in ruins, even that hulking great fortress has become a little more than an amaral roost for me and my caravan. But now everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see more Souk. Let's press on, shall we? The fields of amber. Here we are at Mord Souk, by the blessed shadow. I love this town. Mord Souk, not just full of Mord, but humans and all manner of others, too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot than you could ever wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. Yep, the Moors are the, basically where we're from, they worship Titan. Trying to remember. Cobalt? Actually, maybe. No, definitely not Cobalt. Actually, maybe they are. No, not at all. I think the Kobolds were the one that summoned Garuda. So I think then maybe these are goblins? I'll have to double check. Oh, actually no, it's right. It is a kobold. That's a kobold.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mord Souk.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mord Souk's a different story. Merchants come from realms around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Maud philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Maud says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Oh, that's got the eyes of the poor boy. Oh god, everybody's rushing to me.
Newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy?
Blimey, that's gotta be overwhelming, jeez.
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
Blimey, it's like they've never seen gold before. And if they have, it's extremely bloody rare. Just quickly tune myself to the Aetherite here, thank you very much. Oh wait, I already did. I hate that. Because it's like, I'm in a completely new place, and it's just like, did I tune here? Oh, you've actually got some really nice looking food, actually. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but not drooling on the merchandise, yes? Alright guys, what should we have? We've got meat, we've got bread, and we've got worms. We've also got skewers. Oh, you like those. Chewy skewers, find small frogs hiding under rocks. Beer is stick, then roast over fire. Broccoli on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. Did you at least drain them of blood first? That's my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on the chilly desert nights. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. Okay, that's actually kind of clever. I think we best stay away from the worms. Everyone's favorite plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. I say we stay away from the worms. What should we have, guys? What should our first meal in this place be? The other 3 options sound really freaking nice, it's just the worms I don't like the sound of. For obvious reasons. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose, which to choose. I'm thinking the mush loaf. Keep us going in the heat. Actually, yeah, it's good. Much love. Ah, very wise. You won't wither on the sands with a gut full of cactus food filling. You have the gold. I'm done. One verbertite honor buys you 40 loaves of bread. Holy Jesus, 40? Every last mouthful. What an appetite, what a belly! A new legend is born in Lord Sook. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Ooh. Careful. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns. Yeah, considering returns would essentially be vomit. I don't think you'd want that. I was watching from here that day. You honored our customer with great relish. You will always be welcome in Morsuk. If you need anything in arm or rank, we are here to provide. You have courage, my friend. Vulner's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I conclude my business here in Morsuk. Yeah, I've gotta, get there. Oh, offering your services, well, an assistant will certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for. You just need to do the lifting and carrying. I'll go take care of some last minute haggling then. See you in a bit. Hungry again already? You have a strong stomach, but I wouldn't eat those. Table cactus, iron ore, Nabas Evang antiques, meal to be collected from. So not a cured level. Okay. Credival. Yeah, there's one of them. Kassa sent you, did he? Right? Yes. What kind of ore was it again? Iron. Iron ore, of course. I would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. And table cactus. Thumb. Excuse me, pardon me. Oh. How's that water is from Miller's footpath? Unless you have coins for barter. Or you vote for Cassad. Moonwell has his antiques all boxed up and ready for transport. Yeah. I guess Mill is getting ready for her foot bath. Or his foot bath. I don't know. Either one. Chest of perishables. Jesus. So many of the mods around here. Oh, that's good. Zen wasn't on the list. Thundown. You were on the list. Table cactus. And there's more. Sure you wouldn't. Sure you wouldn't sort of a higher bidder. Don't tell me you've been on the entire market already. Yep, here you go. Got your stuff for you. Aye, that's a lot. Alright, good work. And quick work too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you'd want to sit in the city like the exile, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you return, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. Sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tessie. It has been a while, but your timing could have been better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Alexei. I was supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. You do? Alexei has told me so much about you. You're Dante, aren't you? Oh, seriously? I knew it! How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. Also, welcome back, Lisa. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn. I've gotten to know Alexei quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as Dante's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. Oh, that'd be a great help, thank you. Well, looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. Carvel and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of armor on, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. stop giving me these blooming coffers. They're of things I don't need. Elsa has been desperate to see you, Dante. So let's get you to us sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. Southwest. Gengen, do you have something for me? Is it maybe an Aetherite current? He follows orders, yes, follows them until someone tells him to stop. This is very dangerous, but for its help, I need you to speak to him, persuade him to rest. Oh boy. Jesus Christ. At least we're getting Aether going out of it. Can my favorite takeaway stop messaging me when I have no money? I don't get paid until 4 more days. Sure. He's all the way in the corner, like Jesus. Work to live or live to work. Jeez. Desert armadillo. Nice. Slippery armadillo. Search the note, search the credit, search high, search low. Oh, sorry, I did not see you there. Are you lost? Father says I must rest. That will not do. No, no. I will stop, but not yet. I need something to show my evidence. All this scrabbling, all this searching is still not shame. You came here to tell me to stop, but if I refuse, your job will not be finished, will it? That will not do either. Wait, I have an idea. If you help me find shinies, my job will be over, your job will be over, and I can rest. Simple, yes? Alright. You want me to search that section, don't you? Look under that rubber and find whatever there is to be found. Maybe it will be valuable, maybe not. Either way, let us keep searching until we at least get one shiny. Alrighty then, off to go and search to see if I can find a shiny for the kobold. I was sick that way. Ooh, okay. That usually wears something. Oh, this looks very special. Such pretty patterns. I've never seen one like this before. But how much is it worth? I'm an expert in finding shinies, not a historian. Perhaps we should ask someone? Once we sell it, we will divide the profits between us. We worked as a team, so half for you, half for me. Fair is fair. Well, at least he's honest about that. So I've done the one that's meant to give me a. I've done the one that's giving me the Aether Quest. I don't need to deal with him no more. Also, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword bow enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? Yep. I thought you might. I'll say what I was saying, how much... I mean, let's get going, shall we? I'll say, how much have you been telling these people? Do I need to be concerned? Time to get out that massive knuckle dusters on steroids. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty, and yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I always thought Alice was strong, but in her mind, she was never... Now it makes sense. Well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back at the inn. Okay, Reese, you still there, yeah? Okay, so seeing as you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, when I originally showed off the Kamuis, I'm going to show you them now. So we have the Blissful Kamui, which we got for beating Lakshmi. Very nice and white with a bit of red coming off. We have the Reveling Kamui from beating Susano. A nice deep blue with very scarlet red. A legendary Kamui for beating Shinryu. A nice black with green. And a slight bit of yellow or gold though. The auspicious Kamui from Byakko. It's actually even taken a bit of his liking with the stripes and such. And the nice golden yellow flames coming off. The Luna Kamui, which is by far my favourite out of all of them. With the nice purple and the black and gold with hints of white. The Euphonious Kamui, a nice scarlet red with white. And again the golden flames. Let's see, what colour are your eyes? I think they're a nice scarlet red as well. And then the Hallowed Kamui from beating Sierra. Blue and gold on top with a nice white down below. And a nice light blue flames coming off of it. And then, for collecting all of them, you get this. Kamui of the Nine Tails. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tails. Good. How close up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 tails. Where are the other 2? You lied, damn it. But yeah, a nice lovely Kamui nonetheless. Mixture of red and white mainly. Not sure about the horns, it makes it look very dragon-like. It shouldn't be. But yeah, those are all the Kamuis. They really are. I like them. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow. But first, let's head inside, shall we? Injured as far as the eye can see. Jesus. Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You must be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alasai arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of cows. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alasai who was so unfamiliar with our situation. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious. So it may be best to have Alice give you the full explanation. You know, when she arrives. And as always, attune to the Aether Light. Now, where is she? Oh no, I can only tell my camera halfway around. I think she might be out on patrol. Could wait, I suppose. But why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back late. Now look at that. That's not a bad view. That is not a bad view at all. Also, are those mummies down there? Alright, whose else do I get to kick? A Gilman. Yeah, you guys are mummies. I guess I'd have to kick your asses just yet, but soon now. Yeah, this place, this expansion just has a lot of lovely scenery. Oh.
Get back here!
A sin eater.
Is that... It can't be.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
You've had a change of outfit then.
We've fought them to a standstill, then? The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the Flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the First tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the Flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether, and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct, that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. As patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. Good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn, and you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident towers. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, though you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. You required enhanced brotherhood. What is that actually? It is. Guarantees that chakra will open when you are under the effort of meditative brotherhood and executes a weapon skill or cast a spell. I think once we're back in the inn, I'll end off there because I have been streaming for like 5 hours. And while we may not have LSA backed with the XR, I've still done quite a good chunk to begin with. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the void sin, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weak again. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to call their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you certainly helped on that. Let's support our victories to testament, shall we? Elsie tells me you helped out on her patrol. You have our thanks. And my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly LSA has missed your company. Everything is always, if Dante were here, he would. That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Dante's methods. Honestly, after seeing him in action, I can understand why. The way he leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets just as you do. Hey yo, take it easy. Alright, we're going to end off there. Obviously, you know, I'll still do some grinding and stuff just for the sake of levels. But yeah. Until next time, I shall see you all later. Bye guys.